We're getting the heavyweights, again, another nice duo up here in this heavyweight class. I think the one that's the more complete one, the one more modern, the one that's just a little bit cooler to look at from the sides, the young lady sheep to win the class. Certainly one's long-bodied. I think he's just a little bit better in his overall design. To me, he's a little bit stouter down his top line. You put your hands on him, this is certainly the better handling sheep, big and bold in terms of his rack. He's good in terms of his rib, really flat-backed and really deep in terms of his loin. To me, one that's a really nice individual to win this class. Young man sheep in second, again, got lots of muscle to him, big old powerful sheep. To me, when you take a look at him, he's just a little bit deeper through the middle portion of his body. He wants to get a little easier in his top right behind his shoulder, a little bit rounder at his hip, and I guess really get critical on him. He's want to be a little softer handling. A lot of product on his skeleton, he's just a little bit softer to the touch and handle, and his overall design doesn't fit me quite as well as the young lady that wins the class. Nice set of sheep here. Congratulations to these two people. This breed, but certainly again the four that came out here are really nice. They're quality sheep. They handle good. Again, for the most part, they're designed right. For me, when you take a look at these four individuals, and especially the ones that run their stuff up to the front of the line in each of the classes, they were just a bit better in terms of their shape and handle. Just a little bit better in terms of again the overall appearance. For me, just a little bit more dimensional out of their hip. Again, the second place sheep. That's not to take away from them as well. They're nice in their own right. There's some give and take there. The young ladies, ewe lamb, the lightweight, long-bodied, just not quite as nice in terms of that loin, in terms of that transition, and in terms of that pin set and that tapering towards the tail head rather than maybe being a little bit bolder there. Again, one that's about packed full of muscle in that second place hole out of the heavy division, but again, just doesn't hit me quite as nicely in terms of touch and tone. I guess when you take a look at these two, when you really evaluate them on the move as well as on the set here, I think there's one that's to me just a bit more complete and overall design and what he brings to the table. Certainly one that, in my mind, is good enough in terms of weight, because I think, again, you start taking a look at these individuals, it's the best one relative to, regardless of what they weigh. And so, again, with that said, young lady with the lightweight, really nice sheep, that's your champion. The young lady with the heavyweight, that's your reserve. Congratulations. Good job.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good job. Lightweight South Down's nice class again. The 88-pound sheep for me wins the class in terms of just design and balance, especially in terms of touch. One, when you take a look at her, she's cool to look at. She's really good in terms of the way she's designed through the middle portion of her body cavity. One that's cool in terms of her forerib. For me, again, measures good enough for me, long enough body, long enough from flank to flank. When you really take a look at her and you put your hands on her, she just dominates the class. Really expressive in terms of her shape behind her shoulders and that rack. Just transitions extremely well. Big and stout from the ground up. One that's got a big feature to her. I guess if you want to get real critical, she's ever so slightly just tick off in terms of that hip design, but certainly one that's a minor flaw when you think about all the good things that she brings to the table. I really like her to win the class. Long-bodied, elevated sheep in the second place hole. I really appreciate that about this young lady's weather. Again, one that's long from flank to flank, measures extremely well. This is the one, though, is probably a little bit behind the curve in terms of the feeding process. Just doesn't have quite the power is what we see in our class winner. A little bit flatter in terms of stifle, a little bit higher in terms of twist. So we need to put a little more product on this sheep in relative to his skeleton to compete with the ewe-lamb, the class in the class one, the first place hole. But certainly one, again, to me, got a lot of good future in her. Just in him, just didn't have the power as what we see in the class winner. Nice competitive class. Let's give these two individuals a round of applause as well. Good job. Hey, this is a challenging class, and I say that because there's a lot of differences in here in relation to not only build and design, but also touch and tone and handle. For me, again, there's some give and take you've got to in this class because that's what they bring to the table. The 115-pound sheep, for me, he's just built better. He's just better to look at from the side. He's better in terms of his profile. One that, to me, when you really take a look at him and you get him propped up, he's just a little bit better in terms of running uphill. I think he wedges up just a little bit better than what we see in our second place sheep. He's got enough shape in his top. He's got enough hip dimension. He's got enough stifle for me. To me, when you really look at him, he's tied up a little bit nicer in terms of the middle portion of his body cavity. For me, when you really want to get critical on him, he's softer to handle and touch. He's pushing the limit in terms of condition. I got to be real critical on that because I want him a bit firmer to the touch. I want him a little bit better in terms of his condition and that elbow pocket across those ribs. But when you get him on the move, I think he travels better. He's just a bit more up-fronted. To me, just a little bit better in his overall design. That's why he wins the class. That sheep right there in second, the 123-pound sheep, the one that's the heaviest in the class, certainly long-bodied. It really measures extremely well from flank to flank, from 13th rib back, proportions extremely well. This is the one that's got some shape down his top. Maybe not quite as nice in terms of his handle, in terms of his loin. For me, the one that, again, he's a little piecier in his overall design. He gets a little bit deeper through the middle portion of his body cavity. But in terms of correctness condition, I really would like to firmness in that touch and that tone on that first place sheep. We accept that one in terms of his condition today because I think he's still within acceptable range. But in terms of handle, in terms of condition over his ribs, that second place sheep's just a little bit better. He's the one when you travel, he wants to drop his chest for a little bit. Maybe he doesn't travel quite as nice, but certainly one that's got a lot of good aspects to him as well. Again, one is powerful out of his hip. This is the one we talk about and we get critical on the third place sheep. This is the up-fronted one. This is the long-bodied one. This is the one that's stout enough from the ground up. Good to look at from the side. Good enough in terms of forward relative to hind flank, but he just runs out of gas. He just doesn't have quite the shape down his top. What we see in first and second, certainly flatter in terms of his stifle. He's higher in his twist. He just needs just a bit more power. We put a little bit more depth of leg on this sheep relative to first and second. He wins the class hands down. He just doesn't have enough for me today to put him any higher. Then we get into a fourth place sheep again. This one's designed quite nicely when you take a look at him from the side, but he's the heaviest condition. He's really soft to the touch. To me, we got to firm him up, maybe get a little bit more condition off of him. To me, when you take a look at him, but he's built right, he just doesn't fit me in terms of overall touch and tone. Round out the class one again, long-bodied and up-fronted, doesn't have quite the shape down his top, doesn't transition quite as well. Again, one that handles just a tick softer than what we would like to see. Very competitive class, really a really nice duo up in the top end. Let's give these 5 exhibitors a round of applause. Good job. I told her, guess what? She said, what? I'm the class winner? I said, yes, you got that one right. Yeah, all right. And I did too. Really nice sheep, again, in terms of elevation, the one that's just a really up-fronted, one that's long enough bodied relative to his weight. Again, when you really take a look at this sheep, I'd like to get maybe just a little bit of that middle portion of his body out of him, maybe just to tighten him up ever so slightly. I'd like to have him just a bit more power in terms of what he brings to the table and relative to his weight in terms of stifle and hip dimension, but certainly one long-bodied, correct in terms of condition for his weight size, and one that I really like in terms of his elevation up off the ground. A really nice sheep in our heavyweight class. Let's give this young lady a round of applause as well. Good job. Nice set of South Downs. Again, I really like taking a look at what what young people bring to me in relation, especially in this breed, and even more so the medium wool breed as well. Because I say that my twins showed a lot of these dudes right here and all over the place, and we really enjoyed them. That was their first love relative to getting into the show lamb business and exhibiting those rascals. And so again, really good quality, especially when you take a look at the ones in that first line one that, to me, when you compare them to their contemporaries, they're just built better. They're better in terms of their design. I think they're just a bit better in terms of their overall handle down their top line. They transition better. They're natural in terms of their base width. They probably are, when you compare them to everyone else, they don't change as they travel away from you relative to maybe the ones that they beat. Again, when you start taking a look at those, I think those are really nice. The ewe lamb, really nice, 88-pound sheep. Really a lot of good quality to her. That middleweight sheep, I probably was a little harsh on this sheep, but again, when she brings this weather to the table, long-bodied, good handle in terms of shape down the top, really measures extremely well. Heavyweight, again, up-fronted, long-bodied, again, one that's really cool to look at from the side. When you take a look at the second places, again, a little piecier in their design, maybe a little bit more shoulder, maybe one run downhill, maybe a little bit more power, so we were getting critical on them as well, but they're good in their own right. When you take a look at these, though, there's a couple out here. I think they fit the mold of your champion reserve relative to their contemporaries in this individual breed. They're higher quality, they're better designed, and they fit me and what we need to put in our champion reserve champion role. Let's give them a round of applause again, and let's recognize our champions, the middleweight young lady. Lightweight's going to be your reserve. Congratulations, young man. Good job.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yep. We have two in this breed, so we have a champion in reserve. Again, when you take a look at these, there's certainly a big differential relative to their weight in terms of their frame size as well. When you talk about the champion, the young lady's sheep that in that champion role, I think in terms of what he brings to the table is just a bit more completeness. Certainly one that handles better, really tight-hided, firm handling one, built up in that terms of that rack. I really like that about this sheep. One that to me transitions really nice in terms of that loin, that hip. When you take a look at this sheep, just a little bit better relative to his frame size in terms of dimensionized hip, like his pin set just a bit better. He's one that's stout enough from his ground up. I guess if you want to get critical on him, he wants to carry just ever so slightly a little more condition if possible. They're acceptable. He wants to get just a little fuller. If we take a little bit of that middle out of him, it's going to make him look longer sided, cooler looking, but certainly one in terms of his touch and tone and his design. He fits me well relative to his weight to be your champion. Young lady sheep in the second place hold. This heavyweight sheep, 130 pounds, big frame. He's stout enough from the ground up. You know, when I was growing up, we showed a lot of these dudes, and so that's in fact that's all we show was fine bulls, and we really like those as well. Again, we like them up front and we like them long bodied. He fits the bill. A little softer to the handle, just doesn't have maybe quite the power in terms of his hip, in terms of his stifle, in terms of depth of twist than what we see in our class winner relative to his weight size, but certainly one in terms of length of body and extension and elevation up through the front end. I really like that about him. Young ladies, congratulations to both of y'all on your champion reserve roles. Good job. class here because this one again is built right, very similar to what we see in our class winner in terms of length of body and elevation and stoutness. We really fought this sheep. This sheep is green. Just doesn't have the shape down her top is what we see in our class winner. To me, maybe not quite as dimensional at her hip, just a little rawer to the touch. Really green. I think if this sheep had another 10, 15, 20 days, he's going to blow up even more and more and get better and better. Good design, not enough product in the skeleton to compete with that blue sheep up in the hot fold, but that's a nice duo here. Young lady, you got a nice one as well. A little fuller in the middle, and that makes that sheep appear to be just a notch shorter from flank to flank than what we really, what he really is. One that to me, again, I think he's built better in terms of design. I think he travels a little bit better relative to our fourth place sheep. Yeah, he's given up some frame size, but certainly one that got a good enough rack shape. Just want him to firm him up a little bit more, maybe pull him apart ever so slightly, but a nice one in that third place hole. Fourth place, again, one that we talk about this sheep, long bodied, elevated, really pulled apart. I like that about him. He's the one that does get a little bit deeper through his middle, gets a little flatter in terms of his stifle, and he's the one that's a little bit not quite as nice in terms of the way he travels on those hind legs, so I'd like to change that about him. Really nice set of lightweight medium wolves go. All these four exhibitors deserve a round of applause. Congratulations to them. For me in this class, it's really straightforward. The young lady's weather, for me, just wins the class, I think, really easily when you compare him to the remaining 5. He's just built better. He's just good in terms of his lines. He's designed right, long body. He's extremely stout, really nice to the handle and touch. One that's got some dimension on his hip, but I really like him as he comes out. That neck comes out of those shoulders. One that's elevated up through his front third. If you want to get critical on him ever so slightly, he doesn't transition quite as well at that hip loin. Wants to roll ever so slightly right there in his loin, but that's getting critical because he's got plenty of dimension, look, and design to win the class. Young man, you got a big old powerful sheep in second place hole. Big top, just massive in terms of the way that rack sits on top of that rib cage, and I really appreciate that about him. Big in terms of his stifle, deep in terms of his twist. We just need to pull him apart just a bit more, maybe drop him in his rear flank ever so slightly, kind of bounce him up a little bit. Again, as I said, pull him apart ever so slightly, elevate him. I think we do that, we make him more competitive. He's the one that's a typical one. Power sheep, wants to get a little rounder out of his hip. Young lady's got a really nice handling sheep in the third place hole. He's long enough bodied. He measures extremely well for me today when you compare him to the remainder of the class, but he gets more base narrow as he travels away from me. He's flatter in terms of his stifle, just not quite as dimensional at his hip, but he's got some length of body and he's got some firmness of touch, and I really like that. Young lady's sheep in fourth again. He's stout made, he's built right, he's really, really massive in terms of his bone work. This is the one you put your hands on him, he's raw to the touch. He's just a little staler in terms of his loin. Like to change that about him, but I think he's got a good design to him. The fifth place sheep, again, one to me, right here is the fifth place sheep. Again, I'll switch, there you go. Long bodied, really powerful. To me, just a little bit different in terms of design. He wants to get up in his top ever so slightly. To me, not quite as balanced, but plenty of shape. I think he's just a little bit better on the move relative to our sixth place sheep. This is the one that, to me, wants to get off in his hip a bit more than what we see in the ones ahead of him. He's the one that's a little more base narrow, just doesn't have quite the power and the muscle and his skeleton to compete with the ones ahead of him, but a really trim sheep, and I appreciate that about him as well. Let's give these young people a round of applause. Really competitive class. Good job. relative to the remainder of the class. This lamb wins the class real easily. Young lady did a good job of getting this big sheep shown. I tell you, long-bodied and elevated, stout enough from the ground up. I really like the extension in terms of this sheep. I really take a look at him. Maybe you want to shove him up in his chest for a little bit more. He's one that maybe not quite as dimensionalized hip as what we see in our class winner. Hold on, hold on. Again, when you take a look at him, I think he travels a little bit better. Yeah, you'd like to get his head up ever so slightly as he moves about the arena, but I think, you know, that big old sheep, young lady, you did a good job of showing him, and he fits the bill to be in that second place hole. The lamb in third, again, one that I thought was going to be a really nice contender here, big rack, one that's really fresh to the handle, good in terms of the transition to the loin. This is the one that doesn't have quite the pin set to what we see, and the ones ahead of him, he's certainly one when you get him on the move, he's just not quite as athletic. He wants to get up on those hind legs ever so slightly. He just doesn't travel as fluid as what we see. I don't know if he's got some soreness in those hips or those hooves or something like that, but to me, again, a little piecier in design. I want him to travel a little bit better. A little piecier kind of sheep in the fourth place hole as well. There's a lot of power on that sheep. You put your hands on him, really fresh to the handle, big loin. Again, one that's just plainer up to that shoulder and that full rib than what we see in the ones ahead of him. To me, one, this ewe lamb's a little bit flatter in her overall stifle. Like to change out about her, she's a little fuller in the middle, and I think we take that middle off her, it makes her appearance a little bit better, but we're just not quite as cool up to that front third. A power sheep in the 5 hole, really powerful sheep. Need to pull this lamb apart, get him just a bit more extension up through his front, maybe change that neck placement and get him a little bit longer out of those blades. To me, you want to wedge him up a little bit better. He gets bold to his shoulder, but certainly one that's got a lot of power. I just need a better design on him. The lamb that's in the next hole, stout made. I really thought this sheep was going to really elevate his game because he looks the part from a distance, and that's where the advantage is for me of being able to handle him. He just needs more product and skeleton. He just doesn't have any muscle down his top relative to the ones ahead of him. He's designed right. We just need more product in his skeleton. Round the class out with, again, another long-bodied, correct in terms of his condition. This is the one that gets around in his hip and certainly flatter in his stifle, so we need more power on that lamb as well. Nice competitive class. Young people, let's give them a round of applause. Good job. Good job.
Thank you.
these bigger classes, really you start taking a look and some of these kind of, bringing just a bit more condition to the table. But again, you expect them to have some, but they've got to have some in the correct proportion relative to what we're looking at. But when you take a look at the young lady's white pelted ewe to win the class, she fits the bill. She's good in terms of her touch, she's good in terms of her tone, exceptional in terms of her condition. One that to me is long-bodied. Again, one really stout-featured. I really like how the neck comes out of those blades. This sheep wedges up real well. She's certainly a really powerful sheep. Transitions extremely well. Maybe ever so slightly want to give her just a little bit more dimension out of her hip and her pin set relative to the second place blue sheep, but that's getting critical because there's a lot of good things about this young lady sheep, especially touch and tone and overall length and design wins the class. Again, really big top sheep in the second place hole. This is the one, again, does run uphill, and I like that about this blue sheep. This is the one that gets a little bit forward in terms of that elbow pocket and that forerib relative to the hind flank. But you take a look at this, just a little bit better over her ribs relative to our third place sheep. Certainly more dominant down her top and just a little bit more explosive out her hip, and I like that about her as well. Need to change her in terms of her lines just a little bit, but one that's got lots of product. Really nice sheep, really the powerful sheep in the third place hole. Again, one that to me is probably a bit over the line relative to condition, that elbow pocket relative to what we would accept. Again, one that to me maybe not quite as dimensional out her hip as what we see in the second place sheep, but really a lot of power in the skeleton. I like that about her as well. Then we get into some sheep again, a little piecier made. This is the young man's sheep in the four holes. Again, a little bit bolder through that forerib, relative to that hind flank. One that wants to get its top up ever so slightly. Doesn't travel quite as well and is athletic as what we see in the ones ahead of him. The young lady in the fifth place hole, again, not shorter from flank to flank. Doesn't have the product on the skeleton, a little flatter in terms of stifle. This is the sheep in the next hole. I thought would have a bit more loin than he really does. Need to power him up there. Probably the narrowest base sheep is what we see in this class, but certainly long-bodied and elevated. And then the real powerful sheep to round out the class, one that's got a lot of product, big-ended, scooper in terms of the design out of hip, but to me, probably the heaviest conditioned sheep in the class. Want to firm him up just a little bit. But a really good job here on these 7 exhibitors. Congratulations. take a look at this class. I think it really sorts itself when you, especially when you get them on the move. You get up in these 155 to 68 pounds, they're going to have some muscle, and you really need to take a look at them and what they bring to the table. And there's some give and take with these, but the most complete one is this white pelted wether to win the class. Really nice in terms of touch. He's really fresh to the handle. It transitions extremely well. You take a look at him in terms of how he's stout and built from the ground up. He's better in terms of his lines. I think he's more athletic as he travels away from you. He's the more dimensional sheep. He's really cool up through his front for this weight class. For me, I think he wins the class real easily. Then you get into some decisions here, and I think we're going to use, in my opinion, the more youthful sheep in the second place hole. He's not the powerful sheep that what we see in the third place hole, but he's got enough shape, or this ewe lamb's got enough shape down her top. She's certainly correct, or more correct in terms of how she's built. I think she's better up through her chest force. She's certainly better in terms of her shoulder. For me, a little bit better out of her dock, and I like that about her. She travels just a little bit better. Yeah, would we like to give her maybe a little more base width as she travels away from you? Probably so. But I like her in terms of her hip design. I like her up to her front and her blade and her shoulder relative to our third place sheep. This is a powerful sheep, 165, 68 pounds. If you just want muscle and just power, you use this sheep. Got a big old top end, big old stifle, deep in terms of his twist as well. This is one that gets certainly a lot coarser up through that shoulder and that blade, and then just a little bit shorter up through that front end. Need to elevate him just a bit more in terms of making him look more eye plan, probably the rounder made kind of sheep. For me though, just power, and I like that about him. Just need to change him in terms of the design. A little easier top sheep to round the class out with. Again, we talked about shape down his top. This sheep exhibits that very well. To me, big old rack, maybe not quite as dimensional again as what we'd like to see, but when we get him on the move, he's another one that's bolder through his shoulder. To me, just gets it over so slightly, a little bit easier down his top line, and so we'd like to correct those aspects, but certainly a very competitive class. Let's give these four exhibitors a round of applause. Good job.
So this last class in the single
Let's give our single entry round of applause in our heavyweight class. And I told the young lady, this sheep weighs at 180, and a lot of times we get into these classes, and they're going to carry more condition because we're probably getting a little bit over the hill, maybe getting a little staler, a little more mature relative to their growth pattern. He's not. He handles right. He's firm in his top. He's good in terms of his transition. He's certainly correct in terms of his condition. Again, one that to me is all elevated and long-bodied. Want to free him up, make him a little more athletic as he moves about the arena, but lots of product, and really combines that with a great touch and tone, and I really appreciate that. Young lady, good job. Nice set of sheep out here in our champion drive. Let's recognize these 13 exhibitors to working their way up into that first and second place hole. Obviously, we've got a single exhibitor in the heavyweights or the class 7. Again, when you take a look at these, for me, you know, there's some differences maybe, you know, relative to a couple sheep in the front line, but they were the most complete relative to their contemporaries down the line in their individual weight class. I think when you take a look, as for the most part, they're built right, they're good in their lines, they're really stout from the ground up, they're long, they're pulled apart, they're clean up to their front relative to maybe the ones that are behind them, correcting their condition, and really, you know, I always emphasize this, they're good enough in their hip design, and that's extremely important to me as well, because I think that dictates a lot of the other things that come along as the feeding process goes. A nice set here. I think there's one that elevates their game a lot higher than everybody else. It gets extremely challenging because there's lots of good sheep to contending for that reserve champion role. Again, it's about maybe one that's a little bit more complete relative to what they bring to the table. But again, an outstanding sheep in our championship role. Let's give them all a round of applause. Congratulations on a really nice set here. Class 5, young lady, you're the champion. Congratulations. Good job. You're welcome. Nice set of crosses. Your champion cross, again, one that to me, there's some things you'd like to change. I mean, he needs to be pulled apart a little bit, maybe kind of elevated up to his front and his neck placement, one that maybe gets a little forward through his chest, but one that's just really powerful down his top. Correct in terms of his condition, just so powerful in terms of his stifle. Yeah, he wants to get a little rounder at his hip, but he's more natural in terms of his base width relative to his frame size. One that's just so powerful relative to his frame size. I like him to win the class. Really long-bodied, elevated sheep in the second place hole. This is the one I really appreciate those things about him. And he combines that with some correctness in terms of condition. He just tapers towards his tailhead. He's the one that gets a little flatter. So I got to have a bit more power relative to his skeleton when you compare him to our champion. But a nice set of crosses here. Let's give these gentlemen a round of applause. Good job.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good job.
Thank you so much.
Good job. Now,
Your Gopher Grand Champion, Desi Guptick from Deer Park. Let's give a round of applause. Your Reserve Champion, Gopher, Mimicry King, Deer Park.
Don't cut the corner.
Texas A&M to become a veterinarian. Give her a round of applause. Let's get fired up. your Southdown champion, Chloe Hood from Crosby FFA. Future plans, what would be a goal to become? And your grand champion,
Fix her
your
legs.
reserve champion, South from Huffman FFA. When not working with sheep, loves to play football.
He's got to be. DJ, that's pretty good there. I like that, right? What's bad is when you get old, because I used to judge when he showed, and so it's terrible. I'm getting old. Whatever. Nice set of sheep here, from the Dorper all the way to our cross here. Again, quality sheep, balanced sheep. There's some give and take, but to me, again, when you take a look at what they bring to the table relative to their breeds, they fit the bill within this show. And certainly, you know, it's been a pleasure to take a look at all these and evaluate these great kids, really nice animals. Again, you know, for me, and I say this every single time, they better be a good one. I don't care what breed they are. And I say that all the time because I'm not afraid to go and use down one over here or here in the middle. I did the reserve champion at the South Plains Fair the other day was the Southdown, the reserve grant, because he's a good dude. I mean, he was a good dude. And so, again, it's, for me, the best individuals relative to their breed class and what they're competing against. I think there's a couple out here, and what they bring to the table, they're just a bit better in design and balance and handle. And that's going to be a really a complimentary duo for your grand and reserve grand roll. Let's give them a round of applause again to recognize them on a really outstanding show. Young lady with the medium mold, let's give her a round of applause. That's your champion. Good job.
Thank you.
Congrats. And this young lady, she's walking towards me. Keep walking. You're the reserve champion, young lady. Congratulations to you. someone to move you, see what you would do, transitions, self-awareness relative to the arena, efficiency relative to getting them presented right. I say this all the time. This is the most important view because I can take a look at the entire class right here standing at this distance. And so you got to make sure they look good from the profile. There's all these other things in terms of hand and neck placement, you know, confidence level, intensity, all those kind of things, and making sure that they look right. Again, you don't have to have the best animal to be the best shower because but you can really get, a really good shower can get more out of a sheep than one that's not a very good shower. I encourage you to continue to watch those young people that are really, really good. I said this to my two all the time. When you find the good ones, the really great showers, do what they do. Because at some point in time, there's going to be some young kid that's going to be looking at you because you're one of the great ones. And so practice makes perfect. Every time you get a chance to get in the arena, do so. You get better. Every ring's different. Every judge's different. Every animal's different. And all those things you have to learn to adapt. And so I believe we've got one award here for a champion. So again, let's recognize them for a really good job. I'm glad they came back for your for your showmanship. A really competitive class. Young lady right here in front of me, that's your champion. Good job.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Round of applause. Really competitive group here. Congratulations for coming back. Yeah, obviously as we got through this class a little bit longer and longer, we did pull out, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, set top 7, right, to kind of work them a little bit more. But you've got to remember, you're not last, and you're not 7th or 6th or 5th or whatever. I pulled you as random as I could because I wanted to see what you would do relative to where you were positioned in the class. There's a lot of times when, I see kids all the time, they get pulled and they assume that that's a bad thing or they're out of it, and those are the ones, and they give up. And when they give up, even when they got a great sheep, that's a bad sign. And so you did not do that for the most part, and that's extremely important. Having self-awareness, obviously, one of the things for me, even though this is a big ring, we've got a lot of sheep in here, and so you need to make sure that you utilize the arena. As a judge, we like to see them on the move, and we like to see them at a distance. When we start getting the corners cut and we start getting closer and closer and closer, it makes it more difficult to evaluate those animals, especially as we want to see them move about the arena. You've all done a good job. Again, I can commend you for coming back. Every time you get a chance to get in the arena, do so. It makes it better and better and better. My two, they were twins, so they competed against each other all the time. And I like the weight classes because, we would put them in different weight classes and things like that, and breeds and all that. It was nice. But boy, it was a war when it came to junior and then intermediate and senior showman, because one of them was going to win or not, and the other one was going to win or not, or one of them was going to beat the other one, no matter if they were 5th and 6th or 1st and 2nd or whatever. And I had to deal with that back at the pen. That was challenging as well. So keep up the good work, because this is a competitive event as well. I think, when I talked about, showmanship is something that's important to me relative to you as an individual by yourself showing that animal. In the weight classes, I think it's important if because we're trying to win that class, coaching and all that kind of stuff. But in the showmanship deal, it's you, and it's your animal, and that's the way it should be. When I did showmanship with my kids, I would go back and I would just say, good luck, go get them, and wouldn't even watch, because I didn't want to even have the perception of them looking at me to say, hey, fix these animals' legs and all that kind of stuff. You all did a good job. Again, congratulations. It's a really competitive class. Let's recognize them all for a round of applause. I think we should. Anthony, we probably should have about 6 or 7 awards here, but you tasked me with one, and I'll do that. That's your champion. Congratulations. Good job. Good job. Good job. there? How are you? Good.
And she is a dragon. Okay.
Looks great.
Yeah, you look amazing. All right.
I want to take a picture of both of them. Oh, I'm sorry. I was
Okay.
doing this.
Oh, it's
Sorry.
okay.
No,
Okay,
you keep
okay.
talking. It's the same thing.
Do I say the same thing?
And is
What's your name again?
Yes.
My name is Layla.
And your
Layla,
lamb's
okay.
name?
My lamb's name is Chop.
Chop. Okay.
how cute.
I love it. Okay.
And tell us about you.
Yes,
You
what
are
is
Princess.
So I'm Princess Leia, and he's Yoda from Star Wars.
Yoda from Star Wars. I love
And
it.
where are you from?
I'm from Houston, Texas.
Houston, Texas.
Okay.
Okay, I love it.
So adorable. Well, this is a hard decision.
And then you're gonna do it.
Okay. All right.
I want to take a picture of both.
What do y'all think?
Look a picture. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
All right.
Well, we're coming here, so I'm gonna stand right there because
Yes.
they already got the and we'll stand behind them and take a
Okay,
picture.
to take the
Okay.
picture.
Okay, we take a picture with y'all. Okay.
Yeah.
Or you stand over there.
All right. Ooh. Okay, let's take a quick picture together. All right. Oh, one quick thing. Okay. Okay. And the winner.
The grand.
What was her name?
Baby, what's your name?
What is her name?
Gwendolyn.
Gwendolyn.
Okay, so Gwendolyn and her dragon are the winners.
And the what is this one? Grand Reserve.
Grand Reserve.
Loud.
Grand Reserve for Layla and Baby Yoda.
Doing this, and I'm really glad that I won.
Oh, congratulations!
Here you go.
Bye, Thunderstruck. Yes. Thank you. Okay. Yes.
Bugs is funny. And Bugs is always taunting.
All right.
Do we tell them?
All right. We are ready for.
No, you have to wait till they're ready for us.
Oh, is there more?
I don't know, but you just wait. You wait till they tell us.
Oh.
No, I think that's it.
Oh, okay. There's.
15 minutes, so
Oh, okay. We still got time.
it'll be a while, yeah.
Okay.
Go
Okay.
sit down. Come on. Turn this microphone up.
inspiration came from because he says he's hunting for rabbits and
your rabbit's
and
you're holding
blackjack.
blackjack. I love it. Okay. All right, so we are going to do Grand Four. Elmer Fudd. Congratulations. Wonderful. Congratulations. Take skill up pull two animals at the same time. All right, and then for our reserve champion, we're gonna do Jack Sparrow.
Congratulations! Come on down, man, for your picture.
A really complete individual. Where he excels as a class is he combines not only profile and balance, but length of body, and certainly plenty of shape down his top. He's not the powerful goat in the class. That's the third place goat, but he's good. He's powerful enough, and you combine that with a cool looking full rib, good in terms of his length. He's pulled apart. I like him as he moves away from me and travels. He's a really nice goat in his own right. Another cool looking one, the second place hole. Again, maybe not quite as dominant down his top. He's a little bit shorter from hooks to pins, but certainly one that's pulled apart, cleaner through his blade and shoulder, one that's elevated, and again, one that travels well. Need to power him up just a bit more to compete with that first place goat. Really powerful goat in the third place hole. This is the one that's a little straighter on that front end, a little bolder in terms of the shoulder. Need to elevate this goat just a little bit up through her front, pull her apart. But if you just want power and mass, that's the one you use. But I want one that's just a little bit cooler looking from the side, not quite as straight on that front end. Real powerful goat in the fourth place hole. This is the one, got a big end to him. Again, some shape down his top, breaks right behind his shoulders when it's getting to a little stellar, right behind those shoulders and down his top line. The female in the 5-hole, long body, just doesn't have quite the shape down her top. She's probably just a nickel fatter rib than what we'd like to see, but certainly one that's nice in her own right. And then we get one to round the class out with, it just gets overpowered. This is a really nice built goat, just not quite there yet in terms of the feeding process. She's got a lot of good days ahead of her. She's just not there yet today. Really nice set of goats. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Good job. This is a really nice goat here. Oh, it's a real fresh handling goat, a good design goat. Not the biggest goat in the class, but he combines a lot of the good things, again, in terms of being stout, opened up that chest forward, good in terms of his rib, long enough body, really fresh to the handle, transitions well, big old top in him, big hip in him as well, travels extremely well. I like this goat to win the class. Really nice goat in second, one that doesn't blend quite as well as hip point junction, but again, one that runs uphill. Maybe not quite as cool to look at from the side. I'd like to change him in terms of his full rib shape just a little bit, but certainly one that's got that jump muscle. You can see he's got a lot of power. To me, he's just not quite as nice as overall design, but I like the power and the length and the elevation of him as well. A little finer made kind of goat in the third place hold. This is the one that tapers just a bit more so than what we see in first and second. Doesn't have quite the depth of loin, has a tendency to roll just a little bit. Maybe has a tendency to be a little bit flatter rib, but got a better handle to himself relative to the doe in the fourth place hold that gets a little peak right behind her shoulders. Probably the softer handling go to the class. One that's long bodied in this 5-hole, one that gets a little flatter in terms of her stifle, a little narrower in terms of base width. Round the class out with a long body, elevated one. Again, one that's a little deeper through the middle portion of his body cavity, and again, one that just doesn't have that definitive shape down his top. A really competitive class, nice paint goat to win it. Congratulations. class 3. Again, we saw a goat earlier that was just a bit smaller and shorter frame relative to their class, and we went with some goats that were a little bit longer bodied, and you kind of say, okay, what about this class here? Because this goat in seconds certainly longer from flank to flank. But when you take a look at what this guy brings to the table, I think he is long enough relative to his weight. I certainly think that when you combine his hip design, you look at that three-quarter view, he is so massive in terms of his stifle and depth of twist. He's big in terms of his hip. Yeah, we'd like to have him just pulled apart ever so slightly, maybe give him just a bit more length from hooks to pins. He's long enough because you combine that and get over the top of him. He's extremely powerful. He's super powerful in terms of his loin. To me, again, I like him in terms of the way he tracks with that natural base width. I think he's a little bit better on the move. I think he's more athletic, whereas the doe in second, to me, she wants to drop her head just a little bit, drop her chest forward ever so slightly. But I think she's just a little plainer to the forerib relative to her appearance from the side. Again, but she's long-bodied. She's got some shape down her top. I don't think she transitions quite as well to her hip loin. We see in our class winner, certainly a little bit flatter in terms of her stifle. So there's different variables here. To me, again, the one that wins the class, acceptable enough in terms of body size and frame, and combine that with a real powerful hip. I like that, whereas the really long-bodied up-fronted one in the second place hole. Kind of challenging goat in third. Again, one that just didn't get a good handle, softer to the handle. Again, this is the one that's a little piecier. To me, he gets a little flex in terms of his stifle or his pastern. Doesn't want to travel. Kind of be a little hard head today, so we didn't get a real good handle on him. A little deeper through the middle portion of his body. This is the goat that was a challenge for me because when I saw him in the ring, I thought he'd have a bit more shape down his top because it appears to do so. But you put your hands on him, just doesn't have the mass. Certainly a little softer to the handle. Want to straighten him up and strengthen him in terms of his top shape as well. And I think we do that. We make him more competitive. Long-bodied one, but a little rawer to the handle, peaked up behind the shoulders. This is the one that's more narrow in terms of overall base width. This is the one that rolls in terms of his loin, but I like him in length of body and extension as well. Nice set of 5 here out of this class 3. Congratulations. division, a really good trio up here in the top end, and then again we have some those maybe not quite as complete in the second places, but certainly ones that have got a lot of quality to them as well. I think it gets down for me when you really take a look, and the ones I really fall in love, they fit me in terms of design first, and then you put your hands on them, and relative to their weight, they don't disappoint in terms of their shape and their mass, in terms of their handle and touch. To me, there's a couple out here that fit the bill because they're long-bodied, they're good in terms of their hip, they travel nice, they're good in terms of stoutness, they got some forearm to them. All those aspects are really nice, and to me, they fit me well. Again, an outstanding set. Young lady in the middleweight right here with that paint goat, that's your champion. Congratulations to her. The lightweight's your reserve champion. Congratulations to her. Good job.
Hey, congratulations. Sorry.
Good job. Built right, opened up, natural in terms of base width, more athletic as he travels. One that, just, again, he's not the longest body goat. He's good enough. When you combine that rib and that middle portion of his body cavity, how cool he looks, how stout he is, how clean he is up through his chest floor. He's elevated. He tracks extremely well. And then you put your hands on him. He's just so dominant down his top. Really good in terms of the transition, that hip loin. Big in terms of the stifle. I can win the class really easily. It's a nice go here. Big rack. I like that. Doesn't transition quite as well here. Love the length of body. Not quite as nice as it travels away from you on the move. To me, not quite as athletic, but the length of body and extension you have to appreciate. Not as much power, not as much coolness to him in terms of his handle, his loin relative to our class runner, but that's getting critical. That's a nice one as well. Challenging go here in the third place, hold a little flatter rib, a little longer through that middle portion of his body cavity. Doesn't have quite the domination of shape down his top relative to first and second, right behind those shoulders. You can see how he gets a little plainer in his overall look from the side, but a goat that's really got some good features to him. A little easier top goat in this fourth place hold, one that wants to round out. He kind of gets up in his spine a little bit. Not quite as stout made, but certainly one that's got some shape and certainly got some hip to him, and I like that about him. A long-bodied one in the fifth place hold doesn't have quite the shape, doesn't have quite the mass down his top line. It's flatter in terms of his stifle. The greenest goat's in the sixth place hold. This goat's got some good things to him. He's got some length of body. He's elevated. He just doesn't have quite the condition, so he doesn't have him quite as fresh. He's not quite as massive in terms of his top shape, a little flatter in terms of his stifle. Really nice class here. That's a really good one in the number one hole. Congratulations to all these exhibitors. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Similar to what we saw in this class 4, this class 5 goat is built right. He's stout. You look at him how he's so opened up and yet clean through his chest floor. He's just stout from front of the ground up. He's big in terms of his forearm, and then you kind of transition around to him. He's got a good curve to his rib, extremely dominant down his top, and he gets better and better as you get to that loin. Another one, you take a look at him from the 3/4 view. He's dominant in terms of his design out of his hip, good in his pin placement. Very similar again. He's not the longest body, but he measures good enough. He proportions good enough. He wins the class in my mind extremely easily. It's a long body goat. I like this goat. Again, one that to me is not quite as stout, a little flatter in terms of his stifle. Wants to get a little easier on top. Sometimes we get these goats that are long bodied. They want to get a little easy, and we want to get them up on the top. He just doesn't have the loin, the rack shape to what we see in our class winner. Certainly not the dimension out of his hip, but he's got enough shape in his top when you compare him to the remainder of the class. So he has to be in that second place hole. One that's a little flatter rib in the third place hole. One that wants to taper towards his tailhead ever so slightly, but doesn't transition quite as well. Rolls in his loins. Again, but one that's stout made, elevated length of body, length of front. So I really like this goat. Need a little bit more stifle as well. Softer handling goat in the fourth place hole. This is the one that gets loose in terms of his blade placement as he moves about the arena. Need to change that about him. He's certainly the heavier conditioned goat, but he's really soft to handle and touch. Sometimes they have that tendency because they're a little thicker hided. He combines that, plus he's a little heavier conditioned, and so we roll him in that fourth place hole. And then long body goat is really trim, but need more shape on his top. Certainly not near as powerful for that frame size to compete with the ones ahead of him, but certainly one in terms of length of body, proportions well, and you have to appreciate that about him. Nice set of 5 here out of class number 5. Good job. class because for me, when you take a look at these four, we've got a little issue with front end and shoulder on all four of them, and so you kind of start really thinking, okay, what are we going to do to eliminate that as a possibility? Turn it on the side. Turn it on the side. It gets down to handle. It gets down to touch, tone, correctness and condition, firmness to handle. There's some things that you like to change with this goat, but he excels in the remaining three in terms of that. Again, long enough body, all four of them are. They measure good enough. They're good in terms of their forearm. He's a little bit cooler through his shoulder relative to the rest three. Yeah, we'd like to change him a little bit, but he's better in terms of his handle. He's certainly one that runs uphill. Yeah, you get into these shavings, it can be deceptive. He's got some flex in his posture. I want to get him up on his toes a little bit because he just doesn't. It gets a little easy as he travels, but certainly one in terms of rib shape, in terms of handle down his top. That's why he wins the class. I told the young lady second, we didn't get a real good handle that first time, and then she got into him, and I said, that's the handle we need. So you did a good job there. He's better in his handle. He's better in his touch. To me, he's just a little bit more dominant in terms of his rack shape relative to the next two. Yeah, we'd like to clean him up through here, maybe kind of tighten him up in terms of his full rib, give him just a bit more dimension on his hip. But in terms of rack shape, that's really fresh and a really nice handling goat. Congratulations to her. Again, now we get into the next couple and we break it down on terms of handle as well. Better in terms of rack, better in terms of loin, the boldness in terms of the shoulder, we like to change. He doesn't wedge up quite as well. This is one that's challenging because he wants to get easy in his top. He wants to break behind the shoulders, gets a little deeper through his middle, but he's a little fresher handling, and I like that about him. Long body goat that's kind of full, and I think if we tighten him up a little bit, it makes his appearance change, and you put your hands on him. He's the rawest handling. He just doesn't handle with the freshness in terms of his depth of loin. A little plainer again in terms of his shoulder and his blade and the way they place as he travels about the arena, so we'd like to change that about him. I like his length of body. Again, I just need a little bit better handle down his top for him to be more competitive. Nice class of four here, ladies. Congratulations. Let's give them a round of applause. Good job. Nice set of middleweights, really nice set of middleweights. Again, ones that are complete, they travel well, they handle really good, they've got power, they've got mass, they don't have to be the biggest dude in the class, but they got to exhibit all of those really good qualities. And I think when you take a look at these, there's a pair that really elevate their game. They're really good in terms of their handle, they're super powerful down their top, they're exceptional in terms of their hip design, and then where you really split the hairs, where you get them on the move. There's one that's so better, much better in terms of his blade placement as he travels. He's so much better in terms of his natural base width because he does not change at all. To me, he's got a more free gait to himself relative to being athletic and traveling about the arena, and that's kind of where he elevates his game relative to our reserve champion, because that dude is good as well. He's big top, long-bodied, big hip as well, doesn't travel quite as freely, I think, on his hind legs, maybe just a little bit different in terms of his blade, but certainly both of those dudes are really, really good. And I said here, congratulations to the young lady out of the lightweight class. That's your champion. The middleweight's your reserve. Congratulations to both of them. Good job. in the top two holes on the move to really kind of justify what you do because they're extremely similar in terms of their handle. To me, there's some give and take in terms of being real critical on their handle because like I said, they're so similar here. He's going to be 4. You're 4th. A nice, really up-fronted, cool-looking goat to win the class, and that's the reason why we take a look at him to move him to the top row. When you get him on the move, he's better in terms of his blade. He's just cleaner through his front end. I think he's just better up in terms of extension through his front. That's certainly better right through his blade and shoulder. Got plenty of top shape. I wish he had a little bit more freshness to his loin, but I like him on the travel. So much better than the goat in second. This goat's got plenty of shape down his top as well. I mean, it's another one that's got a big old powerful rack in him. Again, maybe just ever so slightly better in terms of his loin, but you get him on the move. He's got that thicker hide. He's got that bolder shoulder. He's just so much more coarser up through his front third. As you travel him about the arena, you can see how he's a little bit different in his forearm relative to our class winner, but certainly one that's got some shape, and I like that about him as well. Then we get a little deeper middle kind of goat. Again, one that gets a little rounder, so we combine a little rougher front end and a little roundness to him, and maybe not quite as nice of a transition. Ultimately rolls him into the third place hole. Not shorter from flank to flank, but some good pieces there, especially in terms of his handle, because he's firm to the touch, and I like that about him. Young man's goat in 4th, long-bodied. You can see how he tapers towards his toe end a little bit more, a little fuller through his middle. Need a little bit more flank to him to make him look a little more eye-appealing, but certainly one that does have some shape down his top. We get into the solid colored goat, really good here. To me, you can see how he pitches in that hip-pulling junction, just a little bit too raw in terms of his overall handle. Long-bodied goat to round out the class, a little deeper through the middle portion of his body. He's the one that wants to taper and that doesn't have quite the depth of loin, and certainly not the natural base width as he travels away from you. So we got to power him up just a bit more. Competitive class, nice duo up on the top end. Let's give them a round of applause. Good job, very competitive. Why'd you try to be 6th? I'm trying to put you 4th. Just a bit better as he travels, a bit better in terms of his blade. One that's just a really firm handling goat to win the class. Would we like to change his hip in terms of his tail set? Yeah, probably so relative to the second place goat, but he's got plenty of stifle. He's really good here, really good here. I think he's better as he travels in terms of his shoulder. She's got him jammed up and looking good right there. He's stout from the ground up. He's big in his forearm. He's good in terms of his condition. I like him to win the class. The doe in second, again, this is when you get her on the move, that's where she changes, and I think that's where we kind of pick her apart relative to her front end. To me, again, one that's got plenty of shape down her top. To me, she's the one that ever so slightly wants to taper towards her tail head just a bit more. She's better in terms of her hip. I like that tail set. She just has less dimension, but certainly one that, again, correct in her condition. She's just a little bit frailer made, not quite stout made. To me, I'd like to change those things about her, but I like her length of body. Not shorter sided to go in the next hole here again. One that gets a little bit deeper in terms of his rib relative to his overall length. I'd like to change that about him. One that's got some shape, and that's why he's here in 3, because he's got plenty of muscle. I just want to pull him apart just a little bit, maybe give him a bit more stifle. Long body goat. In fact, we put this length of body on this goat. We may move him up. This is a long body goat. This is an elevated goat. This goat is really nice to the touch and handle right here. Thin-hided, but as I said before, he doesn't transition quite as well. He tapers towards his tail head and gets flatter and stifle. If we just put that rack shape and combine that with more freshness to the loin, we move that goat up. Solid color goat again, very long body, stout and big boned from the ground up. I like those aspects. This is the one that gets more peaked behind his shoulders, certainly more peaked in terms of loin, a little staler, not quite as fresh to the handle. So we need a little bit more muscle for that frame size to make that goat more competitive as well. Nice set of 5 goats in this class. Again, congratulations to these exhibitors. Good job. Good job. Good job.
Sorry.
You're fine.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you so much.
Good job.
Thank you.
All right. The big boys. All right. What's your goat weigh? 112. 112.
He weighs
It's a nice goat to win this class. I think this goat's the fresher handling of the four. I think he's better through his front. I think he's the more, cleaner through his chest floor. He's opened up and still has some elevation. When you get him propped up and going, I think he's the best one in terms of design. He's good in his lines. You put your hands on him. Really definitive in terms of his shape. He's expressive in terms of his stifle. He's just a bit more complete goat, and I think he's even better as he moves about the arena relative to the second, third, and fourth goat. Again, the complete one wins this one. The decision for me was between second and third. I think a little bit better handling goats in the second place hold. Yeah, he's got some front to him. He's got some shoulder. He's got some depth of forerib, but certainly one that's just a little bit more dominant. We finally got a really good handle on him, and that's what the decision was. He's better in his rack. He's better in his loin. To me, a really nice one there. I'd like to just change him in his overall design. One that wants to get up in his top ever so slightly is a third place goat. Again, one that's a little deeper through his middle. I think he's good enough in terms of his front and his blade relative to second, but he just doesn't handle quite as good as what we see in the class winner. He wants to get a little rounder at his hip, doesn't transition quite as well in terms of his loin and his hip. Round out the class with another long body, and this one again is elevated. He gets a little plane right through his shoulder. This is the one again we'll talk about it tapering towards his tail head a little bit. Maybe not quite as nice in terms of his loin. Just need more dimension at his hip. Forget a little bit more dimension, we kind of move him up as well. Nice class winner. Congratulations to these four exhibitors in this class here. Good job. Set of heavyweight goats, really competitive. Again, there's a lot of similarities, and I think it's really close when you take a look at these goats. For me, it gets down to design, it gets down to hip, it gets down to travel, it gets down to stoutness, and certainly firmness to touch. I think reverting back to hip, again, design, got some length to hip from hooks to pins, got some length to body, and then combine that with correctness of condition, and that was critical in this heavy division because we started seeing some goats that had a bit more. These three in the top end don't in terms of classes 7, 8, and 9. For me, there's one that's just more athletic as he moves. He's trim, he's up fronted, and really cool to look at. Then you get down to the next couple in the reserve roll. For me, it gets down to one that's that three-quarter view and right behind, just a little bit more dominant in terms of hip, certainly a little bit better in terms of that tail set. It's going to be a reserve. Again, let's give them a round of applause, and let's recognize our champion out of class number 7, that young man there. Congratulations to him. Good job. We take a look at him, for you can move over there. You're champion now. It's like good. That second place, really good handle. That's the one that was a little bolder to that shoulder and that front. Then you take a look at what they bring to the table in relation to the next couple. Again, as I was talking about in terms of design and hip and three-quarter view and coolness to the side, the one that fits me a better is going to be reserve champion, the young lady out of class number 9. Congratulations to her. Good job. You're welcome. Good job, young lady. Really good.
Oh, yes, Kaylee Knowles from Kingwood FFA.
Congratulations to these six exhibitors. Really challenging classes, and then you move them into the divisions. You know, a lot of times I say it's hard. Sometimes it's harder to win a class than to win a division, and you know, sometimes it's harder to win a division than to be grand champion. And so again, you know, congratulations for navigating that process and moving through those different steps to get to this point. Really nice set here. Those two lightweights, man, they're built right. They're just cool looking and great rib. They really handle good. They travel good. The middles, again, a couple that just are so cool and powerful. They combine that at that weight range relative to their frame size. They are so square and dominant in terms of shape and top and hip. Really nice duo in that set there. Then we get into the heavyweights. Ones that are more youthful. That's why they won their class. They're better designed. They're certainly better in terms of the appearance from the side. They handle with some firmness and freshness to touch relative to their contemporaries in their individual weight classes. An outstanding set here. You know, again, for me, it gets down to a pair. Many of you know Judge San Antonio this past February, and I'm telling you, the champion and reserve could play there. They would have been in the hunt in terms of what I saw there that day relative to in comparing them to today. A nice duo, great pair, great handling goats, really nice in what they bring to the table. The young lady out of the middle, congratulations, you're your champion. The middleweight and the reserve role as well. Let's give them both a round of applause. Good job. Your group, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I tell you, there's justification to give a bunch of different awards in this group because you've done well, you're efficient. I think that's where we kind of talk about being efficient, and you know, I think a lot of times we get hung up in just handling them and getting on top of them. I think being efficient and being effective, utilizing the arenas is just as important in showmanship. Understanding what you need to do and utilizing that arena. For me, there's about 5 or 6, as I said, that are deserving. Then there's 2 that elevated their game and they got real close. And then you get to the end to where I think there's one person that was just so much better every aspect, every single time of being fluid, efficient, but not being too fast in terms of getting set up, not pulled too far apart, having that neck shoved back up into them where they look good on the side. And so that's going to be your champion. Let's recognize all of them, our exhibitors here, for coming back out. Like, as I said in the Lamb Show, every time you get a chance, come back out. You're going to get better and better and better. That's your champion. Congratulations, young lady. Good job. Your goat's really nice. Rule 1, remember this. Never go behind the back of the goat. That is like an automatic out. You can't do that. Be working the front of those goats. It doesn't matter if you're in the most awkward position in the world relative to where the judge is. We work from the front. As soon as you go behind them, you're out. And so there was a bunch of you that were in the hunt, and then you did that one fatal mistake, and you were out. So we got to remember that, right? What happens if that goat gets spooked? You're riding him, or he's gone, right? So don't be afraid to work from the front, and we don't want to be too fast, right? But we don't want to be too slow. I got a couple of you guys, ladies, about moving about the arena. We need to make them look athletic. Get them on a good pace. We don't want to race around the arena, but we don't want to be slugs, in the turtle crossing the street either. Get them out and let them move. That's extremely important. So, again, a really good job. I think when you get down to it, there's one that just was on point every single time. We shuffled you around a bunch. We put you over there to see what you do, then reshuffle the deck. You got in the lead, right? You were in the lead forever, and all those things. I didn't say this in the Lamb Show, and I say this a lot of times. A really good showman can make an average animal look good. A really terrible shower can make a great animal look bad in an instant. And you've only got a small window of opportunity to make an impression. And so you got to make sure that you do it, and you're doing the best that you can. Like I said in the Lamb Show, watch the good ones. Watch the really good ones. And do what they do. And emulate what they do, because at some point in time, you're going to be that really good one, right? And people are going to be emulating you, and it's a pass-it-down effect, right? And so, again, it doesn't matter if you're 9 or 18. You can be a really good exhibitor. And so you got to know those kind of things. Do your homework at home. I can tell a lot of times how much work you've done at home by how well they will move about the arena and they're comfortable, how comfortable you are as well. Again, as I continue to talk, I'm still watching, right? And there's a few that haven't slacked off. Don't ever quit. I was showing one time my 9-year-old year, my 3rd grade year at Houston, right? And they sold 25 animals per class because there's 3 classes of fine wheels, crosses, medium wheels, and south downs. And I was 26 with a heavyweight cross that weighed 125 pounds. Can you imagine that? Yeah. 26th, and the guy came back and he handled those last 5 again, and he flipped me from 26 to 25, and I was in the cell because I didn't quit. And I never, ever, ever forgot that. So remember, don't ever stop until you go out the arena. It begins when you come in, and it doesn't stop until you go out. Congratulations to all y'all. Anthony, it's been a pleasure today. It's been fun. Great facility. Again, an outstanding show. Let's recognize them again for a really good job. It's been a fun day. That's your champion right there. Congratulations, young lady. Good job. Good job.
inspired the costume?
My name is Dale Patterson. The inspiration of my costume is
Rodeo.
my sister went to mother busting and we saw some clowns doing in barrels, so we got the idea.
Okay, I love that. I love it. A little jig, awesome. Hi, they're funny. What inspired this?
My name's JC, and what inspired this is going to shows with him. I always go at Starbucks with him, and since this is kind of his last show, we decided to do this.
Oh, we love your time out of adorable love.
Super cute.
What inspired this?
My name is Harley Hicks, and what inspired this is watching Phineas and Ferb on the way to show.
I love it.
Oh, Phineas.
Penny the platypus. We love it. I love all these. These are so
Y'all did a beautiful
creative.
job, all of y'all. Okay, let's get our stuff. I'm getting to the clown first and the platypus. Yep. So this is going to be the clown with the barrels, and the platypus is runner-up guy.
Okay.
They did such a good job.
Ladies, we are going to get the grand.
Beautiful job, y'all.
To the clown. We love it. Go ahead, there you go. Yep. Watch out. That's what it is.
Take your pictures, y'all. I love it. Keep going. Oh, sorry.
Wonderful.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
I'm ready to do the reserve over here.
To platypus.
Phineas and Ferb.
Phineas and Ferb. Congratulations.
Wonderful.
Great job, everyone. Great job, y'all.
Creativity, guys. Good
Yes,
job.
absolutely. Space Jam.
I was like, I was gonna
Okay.
guess.
I don't know what the pink is. What's the pink in?
Oh, this is Squid Game. That's crazy.
Oh, okay. I don't know that.
Jurassic Park.
Daisy. Oh, pretend I'm a spinach. Pretend I'm spinach. Uh-oh.
Holler at me.
Classic Little Debbie's. Oh, Hamburglers. Willie Nelson.
Willie Nelson on the road again. Dinosaur. Dinosaur. Okay.
He's like wrangling them.
You need help. You can do it. I believe in you. You got it. Maybe just a little. Don't scare him.
Yeah.
He's a little aggressive. He
the
might
scene from the
bite
movie.
you.
Oh, that's the theme from the
I
movie?
guarantee you the goat's name is Blue.
Oh,
What's his name?
what's his name?
Goudasaurus Rex.
Unisaurus Rex.
Goudasaurus.
Goudasaurus Rex.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. We're gonna grab you over here.
Come back to you.
Okay, but I.
Hello, everyone. I love all of these. Go ahead and start over here.
These are fantastic costumes. Amazing.
And what inspired your costume?
The name of him? Mm-hmm. Which one?
Oh, this is live streaming. You just talked there, so I'm just gonna hold this.
So the name of my goat is Mickey Darling, and this is inspired by Cars. So I'm supposed to be Lightning McQueen, and he's supposed to be Tow Mater.
Cute. I got it. I said right there, like, love it. Okay, lovely. All right, same with you. Let's know the name of your goat and your inspired your costume.
My goat is Bugs Bunny, and I'm Michael Jordan.
Yeah. Space Jam. Yes. All right, we got it.
Jam. I love it.
Love it.
Love it.
All righty. Same name of your goat and inspired.
My goat's name is Kamikaze, and it's inspired by Squid Game.
Yeah, okay.
I'm a contestant, and he's the pink guard.
Are you a winner?
Definitely.
Oh, okay. Love the confidence. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Hi, Fred. Go ahead.
My goat's name is Bougie, and she's a flower because whenever I try to walk her, she always acts like she's rooted in the ground.
Oh,
Oh, that's cute.
Okay, Bougie.
We love that for you.
Love that.
Love it.
Okay, Popeye.
Hi.
Where's the mouth? Hi, Fred.
My name is Mackenzie, and my goat's name is Popeye, and he's strong, so I'm the spinach that makes him strong.
Okay, I love
Love that.
So
Okay.
cute.
Look at those muscles, Aurora.
I
Check
see
it
it.
out.
Yeah, look at them.
I thought Arnold was here with us.
I love it. Hi, Fred. Go ahead. What's the name?
Hi, my name is Allison, and this is my goat Willow. And one time in the barn, I was eating a cosmic brownie while working live care, and she came up and took a bite of it. So,
Yeah.
Little Debbie and Cosmic Brownie.
Love
to
it.
see you, Debbie.
We love it. Hi, Fred. Go ahead. What's the
My name is Hamburglar, and my goat is a Big Mac.
and Big Name? Okay, and what inspired it?
I really love McDonald's, and McDonald's loves me too. So
McDonald's
yes.
loves you too.
Yeah.
Your fanfare is here. I love it. I love
Thanks.
it.
Hey, Willie.
Hi, Fred. Go ahead and introduce your goat.
My goat is named Willie, and his brother at home is named Nelson, so I dressed him up as Willie Nelson, and I'm his tour bus.
Okay, I love that. See you later.
Very nice. Bye, Willie.
My name is Chris, and this is my goat, Goudasaurus Rex.
Goudasaurus Rex.
Have you ever seen where, like, when you lose the goat in the ring, and everybody's like this trying to get the...
Should you show
I
us?
saw that earlier, yeah.
I can show y'all again.
You gonna show us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
Demonstration.
Gouda. Gouda said, I don't know. Oh, you better hurt. Hey, very nice, very nice.
All right, I love the creativity.
Thank you for the demonstration.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can we have a quick round of applause for all of our contestants? Beautiful job, y'all. Beautiful.
Awards now. They were all lovely. This is really hard, actually. It is very
Very difficult.
But I definitely caught all the grand champions in the world here in Tomater.
You ready? Oh, okay. Lovely.
Lovely.
Congratulations. Oh, I'm gonna shake your hand first. That was a beautiful job. Okay, this is lovely. You're so welcome, Angel. All right. Oh, okay.
Okay, they got a large crowd.
We're going to give the dessert, the brownie.
Oh.
Congratulations, dear.
Oh, she got it?
Congratulations.
All right, congratulations.